Without further ado, we're going to call the meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. Thank you everyone for coming. We'll start with our territorial acknowledgements. So the Board of Directors acknowledges that the University of Waterloo is on the traditional territory of the, I apologize to hear myself, the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. Our organization operates on the Holloman Tract, land promised to 6 nations, which includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. So this time around, I do have a few share remarks, some of which you have heard before, but I want to reiterate some new ones. So first of all, I do want to mention that at the end of this meeting, we're going to be doing something a little bit different, which is we're probably going to leave maybe like 5 or so minutes to have a conversation around if there's any improvements that people think could be made to the chairing that I'm doing, any advice that you guys might have, to see if I can continue to improve or if I'm causing any problems. I'd also like to say that on the food situation, we're probably going to be, if it's okay with the room, maybe having, once the food arrives, we expect about an hour in, that once we finish with one of the items or we're at a point that it could end, maybe take a 10-minute recess. It's something that we've done at 3AC and it seems to work really well, kind of rejuvenate people. We'll eat a little bit. Not everyone's going to finish in 10 minutes, but that's probably how we're going to set it up. I'll just kind of get a vibe to the room if people are cool with that as a strategy. Recess. Okay, cool. I do want to reiterate that considering the length of these meetings, I do want us to focus a little bit on trying to be as succinct as possible when we're making our arguments. It can be very easy to ramble when you're giving a point. We'll try and I'll absolutely try and get our points out directly. What's the argument we're trying to make? And I will warn that if I do think things are getting a little bit rambling, I will mention that. I will say that. It is not I do not mean it to offend anyone. It's just that we try and keep things a little bit more on track, because I know that's something that we have seen some issues with. And let's see, do I have anything else that's worth mentioning here? Right, last thing that we'll be doing is, as we can see, this is something we've talked about before, is that there are time expectations for all of the agenda items. One thing that we might try this time around, if people are okay with that, is that after we hit the time recommendations, instead of just continuing and me being a little bit stricter, I will ask the room directly if we want to continue. And then we will continue to be, if we do choose to continue, I will, once again, be rushing a little bit more, but I'll ask directly the room if we want to continue the discussion, if we think it's worthwhile. How do people feel about that? Okay, very exciting. On that note, that is kind of the end of my share remarks. So next we have the agenda approval. I will say I do have one small change to suggest, relatively significant change actually, is that we move part of the confidential report to the start. We do have Brian here today somewhere. He's actually just outside to help give us the confidential report. And just so he can get home to his family and his dogs. The idea was we move it, talk about that specific part of the ED confidential report. He gives the report and we have a few questions, and then we move on to the regular agenda. I'm going to kind of do that on friendly. Is there any issues, any objections to doing that? Okay, cool. So we'll move that around. Last thing I have here. We were talking about the recess. So with that being said, are there any objections to approving the agenda as amended with the moving into confidential at the start? Okay, cool, awesome. So the agenda is approved. Are there any conflict of interest declarations that I should be expecting? Not actually expecting any, but that's good to hear. Okay, we'll move to item 2 first, which is adoption by consent. Is there anything that I should expect to be, anybody want to pull anything out of consent? Okay. Cool. So with no objections, the consent motion is passed. We'll now move on to, this is coming before the presentation, the confidential report. Can I get a motion to move into confidential? Skylar, seconded by Samir. Apologies. Seconded by Samir. Any opposed? No, okay, cool. So we'll move it to confidential to start, Mike. I'll wait for you to let me know, and I'll go Brian and Damien. Is that a thumbs up because we're in? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So now we're going to move on to the portion that we actually do have time settings for. So as a reminder about what we discussed, when we pass our time, I will ask the room if they feel okay to continue right now. Okay, cool. So we are now moving on to number 3, which is presentation. We have 40 minutes to this. Just for a little bit of context, we expect around 20 to 25 minutes to be for the presentation, the rest for questions. Sandra will be giving our presentation on risk management, so I think I'll hand this over, Sandra.
Okay, thank you. And Mike's going to put the presentation up, I believe, or I can share, Mike, if you need me to. Okay, just give me 1 second and I will pull it up. Worries. And I just lost everybody. They'll come back. Okay, are you seeing my screen in presentation or are you seeing the whole thing? You're not yet. Just a second. There you go. There's a bit of a delay. There, you're seeing it in presentation. Thank you. Yep. Damien, I'm happy to take questions. I'll keep an eye on my time, but I am happy to take questions along the way if you prefer. I'll leave it with you.
No, that works. That's okay. A better thing. I just expectation in the end, as long as it's 40 minutes. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, that's good. Well, I promise I'll manage that part. So thank you very much for having me do this component. And I just wanted to remind you that this was one of the takeaways from our onboarding time together in April. We were only able to really touch the surface on risk and risk management, and you wanted a little bit, the request was to do a little bit more of a deeper dive into board's accountability around risk management. So that's what we're going to try to talk about today. My slides will work as they should. Okay, so just the usual objectives. We want to continue that journey of learning as directors, understanding a little bit about enterprise risk and the mitigation best practices, and adding some more tools to your toolkit. A quick refresher though, just to remember back in April, May, when we were talking about how the board brings value, some of your roles and responsibilities, and some of the accountabilities, things about risk were kind of woven into all of those pieces. So we talked a lot about how you as a board bring value to the organization. Highlighted in red is one of the key things that is an element of risk, making sure that you're preserving the integrity, credibility, and sustainability of the organization. So it gets at the reputational risk as well as the financial and human resources risks for you. Your key responsibilities, number 2, is risk management, and you have that accountability to ensure that your financial, strategic, reputational risks are identified, and most importantly, that appropriate mitigation strategies are implemented and monitored. So you don't have to be perfect on everything. You're working with the leadership team to also identify some of those risks, but your portion from an oversight is to make sure that the mitigation strategies are in place and doing what you want them to do. The role of your executive director, Suzanne, has a responsibility to ensure that you understand the risks that are facing the organization and advising the board should something untoward happen in an urgent fashion or any of the risks that are associated with the long-range plan that you've put together, your operating plan, finances. I know we're going to talk about investments a little bit later. All those kind of things are things that she needs to be bringing as part of her role to you at the board. We talked about the times when the board is taking a leadership role, when the board is partnering with management, when the board is in a monitoring role, and when the board stays out of the way. And again, risk is a thread throughout all of that. You partner with senior leadership about risk appetite, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. You monitor risk tolerance and oversight. So is the appetite and the tolerance matching? Any of the mitigation strategies around risk, though, those are things that you've delegated to the leadership team to carry out, and you're making sure that they're following through. So just to back up a little bit, what is risk? It's the chance or possibility of loss or a bad consequence. It can also be the balance between opportunity and threat. Is risk only negative? And that's a question for you. Are there times that risk might be a positive thing? Any thoughts? Damien, go ahead.
Well, I imagine I don't know if this is really the question, but I imagine there's like an acceptable amount of risk. Like sometimes a risk is a sign that there's like opportunity. But like I like a
Yeah.
sliding scale. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Other thoughts, and Damien, I can't see everybody's hand, so I'll need you to help me out.
Mohammed.
I'd say when we talk about risk, there's a balance, not just the opportunity, because we talk about risk all the time when it comes to financial investments, but like given the nature of what we do as a student body full of student members, when we talk about member-driven action, sometimes there might be risk associated with that, but based on our members, if that risk is minor, then there's a balance to be made there. And sort of our roles navigating and sort of navigating our members' interests, our members' wants versus
Right.
the magnitude of those risks.
Right. Okay. Other thoughts on a definition of risk? Silence at the other end. Think about the report that you just had that Brian brought forward. There were a whole host of different potential risk things there, everything from a positive opportunity to a very negative from a reputational standpoint and financial, et cetera. So risk is not clearly one way or the other. And as a board, you've got to be willing to look at both the negative side of it and the consequences, as well as the positive consequences that may go along with risk. So some of the things you've identified as risk: governance and financial, that's easy. Regulatory compliance, making sure you're paying attention to the legislation and are making sure that you're following the law. Privacy is a big one. You've talked about that. Funder, and in your case, the funder is partially the students through student fees and then anything else that you might get from grants. So you want to make sure that that is consistent. Reputational, things like media, community, engagement, those kinds of things. Relationships, partnerships, development. What other kinds of, are there any other types of risk that you would say? And again, we've talked a lot about the financial. Is there anything else that's not on this list? Damien, go ahead.
Yeah, I this may be considered under reputational, but like confidential. Oh, I guess there's privacy right there. I was gonna say confidentiality questions around, we got a big group, things might leak.
Yeah. Privacy can be twofold and is not necessarily just confidential. Remember, as custodians of personal information, and it's more the staff than the board, you need to have policies in place that are protecting student numbers, student identification, however you've got those pieces, because those can be breaches, and especially around, and now that we're keeping everything digitally, a lot of the cyber breaches become part of that privacy risk potentially. Other thoughts on types of risk?
I think you've got them all. It's very comprehensive.
There is, but I guess my point with this one is that there may be things that come in and they may not fit in the 6 buckets, but is it going to do damage to the reputation of the organization? Is it going to augment the organization? Is it going to do damage to the financial stability or the stability of the organization? The one that probably gets most organizations the most is the reputational risk. And there are things that decisions you make may get you into hot water that you had not anticipated. The regulatory, the governance, the financial risks are usually fairly straightforward, but it's those ones that are looking at your reputation, and those are the quickest ones to lose confidence in and the hardest ones to gain back that trust. So hence back to the decision you may be making at some point around the athletics report that you just had. Consideration of any risks to reputation of the organization may want to be part of your conversation. So I want to go a little bit more into reputational risk. And as I said, it's one that's becoming really, really something of great concern. And it's compounded by some of the issues around cybersecurity and IT and how we're managing all of that. It's becoming much, much more of a reality. Media and social media are driving some of the reputational pieces that are coming forward. Even the smallest thing that goes wrong in a nanosecond is all over social media. So think of some of the things that have happened most recently. We talked back in April, I guess, about McGill and the issue with the McGill Student Association. Before they could really figure out what was going on, it was all over social media, and the reputation of that student association was in the tank for quite some time. And now I'm understanding is starting to build. But how do you think the student body is feeling about the university, the association itself, and the trust that they need to build back up again? And you've talked quite a bit about capacity and capacity of people to handle things. Suzanne's brought information to you that you need to have the staffing to be able to manage the pieces that you're wanting to do. And it's important to make sure that that capacity is there. And more there's litigation now. The smallest little thing happens and all of a sudden everyone is being sued. So identifying where the potentials may be and what the risk mitigation strategies you can have in place are really most important. This one just shows a survey that was done probably about a year ago of general not-for-profit boards. And as you can see, the two most significant issues for the respondents was cybersecurity as a concern and also reputational risk. In not-for-profits, I would guess in not-for-profit charities is probably even a little bit higher, because if you have any damage to your reputation as a charity, your donation, you run the risk of donations and funders drying up. So it's important to pay attention to that. The other one, as I've alluded to, is media and stakeholder expectations. Because things can move very, very quickly, it's hard to manage sometimes the mitigation strategies. You may want to try to get ahead of it, but you also are dealing with what's in social media as well. Transparency is higher. We've talked about this at this group. The students are wanting to know more information, be authentic, be open, and making sure that you're not hiding something. How do you balance that with the fact, just like you did again with the report that you were looking at? And I guess I should be careful because we're being recorded again. That sometimes you're receiving information, you need to be working with that information, but yet you want to be open about the discussions you're having. So there's a balance that's there. Value for funds received. People really want to know that value for money is happening, and making sure that the board is acting with integrity, honesty, transparency. It's expected of everyone. People are very suspicious of how their funds are being spent. So the more that you are able to be open and honest and transparent is mitigating that particular risk around your reputation. Again, this one is just looking at a survey that was done by EY in 2023. And most boards didn't believe, I found this one very fascinating, that their organizations have a highly effective risk management strategy or approach. And so since that time, we've seen organizations spend much more time on what are our potential risks, what are our mitigation strategies. And often it's coupled and brought into when you're doing your operating plan or the budget, what are the risks that are associated with it? And the same thing when you were doing the long range planning. At the previous board started to talk about some of the risks in implementing that plan. You want to make sure you've got the resources to implement it, for example, and that's a mitigation strategy. Areas that you have to look at oversight is looking at the long-term perspective. Don't just look at the short term. that make sure that your risk management priorities are aligned with the business strategy. We'll talk in a minute about risk appetite and risk tolerance. And if you've got a disconnect between your risk appetite and the risk tolerance, you may never move your business strategy forward, because you may say, yeah, we want to do all these wonderful, great, exciting things, but hey, wait a minute, we're not so sure that we want to launch, or we don't have the resources, or we don't have the capacity with staff to be able to take it focus. The other piece is around risk is there are things that the board will need to be focusing on. What are emerging risks? What are things that are just coming? The atypical ones are probably a little bit more easy for people to understand, because they're the things that happen urgently and all of a sudden you need to deal with it. And then the third is the external risks. And we've dealt with over the last couple of years some of the external risks that have had an impact on how the association's working, WUSA is working. So the definition, just I'll be boring with it. The amount of a risk appetite is the amount of risk on a board level an entity is willing to accept in pursuit of the value that you're doing, or the value that you're offering. So you're looking at your philosophy around risk management. It often plays out in your investment policies, or even in changes that you may want to be making with the fee structure that you're offering to the students. How much risk are you willing to take in terms of people being happy, sad, upset, concerned, not in favor of what's going on? The amount of risk you're willing to take influences your culture and your operating style. So if you are really willing to be innovative and creative, which requires you to be willing to take a little bit of risk, you don't have everything all figured out, then that will be the culture of innovation, creativity, carrying it forward. If you're very cautious, don't want to lose any of the money, don't want to lose any reputational thing, you'll miss out on some of the innovation components that you need to have. So it's a balance back and forth. From the board perspective to management, your risk appetite also can provide some guidance around how you're allocating resources. So if you're looking to move into a new area to offer service, you may be willing to but you don't know all about it, you may be willing to put it in to pilot it or test it for a little while, get some information back, and then decide whether it's going to be something you'll continue to do. And as you've got your risk appetite in place, it also helps you align your the goals for the organization and the processes that you need to put in place. And we will be dealing with one right after here and looking at your investment policy and practice that you want to have. It'll dictate your risk appetite may dictate what the process is going to be. So ways that you can define the risk appetite is look at if something has a low or unlikely probability of happening, if it's moderately or possible to happen, if it's considerable or probable, if it's highly unlikely, or if it's an extreme and certain that it's going to happen. So we know that the snow is going to come. That's extreme. It's certain it's going to happen. What we don't know is when it's going to come. And so are we going to shutter in house right now and not do anything? No, we're going to dress properly and get ready. I'm making it a very simplistic model, but that's kind of how you have to look at the different where your appetite for risk is. And often organizations that have a very high appetite for risk will be willing to take it competitive advantage, be leading edge. Those that have a very low appetite and are very don't want to take too many risks will probably not continue growing as much as they will. Now, an organization may have a number of different ways that they look at their risk appetite. You may have a very low appetite for how you're investing the funds, and you want to invest your funds, for example, in fairly safe investments. Compared to, though, offering a new program or service to students, you may be really willing to go out there, take a leap of faith of something that you've done, because you may be getting a bit more of a positive response, and it's okay to have that dynamic as well. This chart just shows a little bit of how you may be able to plot a particular risk issue and prioritize it. And as I mentioned before, you're going to be looking at always things that have a high impact and a low likelihood, you can manage, monitor, and continue and have a contingency plan. Things that have a high impact and high likelihood, those are the ones that you're going to have a very quick response to, and probably will take up a fair amount of your time. Low impact, low likelihood are you accept the risk, you know it's going to be there, and you just monitor it. And a low impact and a high likelihood, you're managing the management's responsibility, and the board monitors. And typically that's where the boards are playing quite a bit in your risk registry that you might develop to identify the risks that you have for the coming year or as an organization. You will never be risk-free. There always will be pieces that you have. Conversely, you convert that with risk tolerance. What's the acceptable level of variation that you're willing to accept when you're looking at issues that have a risk component to them? So this graph shows it a little bit easier. Typically, a risk appetite may range, if you look at it from a car standpoint, 0 to 70 miles per hour. And I'm sorry, I didn't convert it into metric. Compared to a risk tolerance that you may be willing to accept more risk, but yet your risk appetite is a little bit lower. Where you have to watch, the sweet spot is the orange, where you've got your risk appetite, you've got a little bit of tolerance to do something outside the norm. Where you don't want to be is in the red, where you're just being reckless in what you're doing, and it doesn't match with what your risk appetite is. Any questions on that before I move into how you might be looking at it with strategy? Keep going. And all of these slides, I know that Mike will make, Mike and Esther will make available to you. So when you're incorporating it into strategy, there's a couple of places that it will come into. As I mentioned, you build it into the long range plan. So part of the discussion with our long range planning last year was looking at the initiatives that you wanted to take, the goals that you wanted to have by the end of your long range plan. And an underlying discussion is what are the risks that might happen along the way? So if something external happens, or if we don't have the resources, how are we going to manage all of that? So that's where you look at what the strategy is going to be. You're going to be monitoring it as you're moving along with the board, and then establishing who's accountable for which pieces of it. And typically the execution, as I mentioned earlier, on the risk mitigation strategies fall to management and the operations team to carry out. There could be 2 or 3 risk areas that the board really wants to focus on, and then you'll get regular reports on those. Your agenda should look like this, that all the oversight kinds of things that you're doing. So the updates on the financial information, the report that we're getting today, and the discussion on the investment policies, those are all things that are helping you provide the oversight. And you know that there's going to be some managed risk there. You're putting the parameters in place. You have a delegation of authority policy that outlines to Suzanne and her team what it is they are able to do and what they're accountable back to the board. So you've got a lot of that in place. The one piece there probably is some work to look at is how you may incorporate managed risk into the strategy. So being a bit more purposeful in how it maps out in your long range plan. And as a board, it would be good to do an exercise, and we won't do it today, but just take some situations and ask each of you to say how you feel about it from a risk standpoint. So using the chart, where would you put it? And then that begins to give a picture of how all of you are feeling about risk and how your tolerance are. And I would bet you'll find that you're at opposite extremes for some things. And then as you're able to discuss things further, Damien, there's an opportunity to bring some consensus or conversion in going forward with it. And management continually manages risk on a day-to-day basis. So again, you're defining what the appetite will be, putting it into strategy, and looking at how you want to provide that support and oversight. Management roles, making sure it's in the policies and the frameworks, and they carry it out. They're continuously researching on new and emergent risks, and I've seen some examples of Suzanne bringing things forward, or the leadership team bringing things forward to you for consideration. Management is accountable to advise, assess and advise the board on any risks around insurance and mitigation strategies, and you had some conversation around that. Your investment policy falls into this as well. And the management will look at the operational risks. So some of the conversations you've had about funding that you've received through the different services that you're offering to students, if there's low participation or low involvement, what's the risk around that and keeping it going? Report to the board. A good practice is that there are updates semi-annually on your risk environment and assessments and vulnerabilities. And sometimes that depends on what the risks are that have been identified that you want to follow. You may decide that annually is plenty, and you may decide on certain other risks that they need to come much forward. If there are urgent issues that come up, specific incidents, and you've had a couple of those with either a protest happening on campus or I hate to keep bringing up, but the shooting that happened or that happened last year on campus, those are incidents that would come up immediately, and you would go into more of an emergency mitigation strategy for that. And it's a good thing to have if you are planning any events. And I know when you do welcome week for the students, you've got lots of different events that are happening, and there certainly is a communication strategy around it, and I would bet that there's a element of risk management and a plan that goes underneath that. Those are all positive things that management will do, and your expectation is of a board is to make sure that it happens. You want to make sure that you're considering some of the risk mitigation strategies are the code of conduct for directors. Again, you are ambassadors for the organization, and if you are not all acting and upholding the expected code of conduct, that in a nanosecond can also cause a reputational risk for the organization. You want to be setting the highest standards that you can. You're legally required to do things, but legally is the minimum. You can think about as a group how you want to be doing things more. Good stewardship of the monies and the people that the volunteers that you're working with. That's a reputational risk if you are not following through, being authentic, being working with integrity and being transparent. This one doesn't affect as much to you, but it is a strategy that piece that many not-for-profits need to consider is just how Revenue Canada's Charities Directorate, the audits or complaints, there's a potential loss of charitable status if you're not following that. With the audit as a not-for-profit, you want to make sure that you are being able to show good stewardship of the funds that you are entrusted with by the students. You do have director and officer insurance liability. If you are not mitigating risk properly, you could lose that insurance coverage. Lots of legal actions are coming forward, and if you're not following risk mitigation strategies, it opens you up for potential civil suits and protection for whistleblower policies. And you do have one as long as you are following what's contained in there. So I did have, and I know I'm getting really close to time, Damien. Maybe I'll stop for a second for any questions. And I do have a little case study for you to work through, which we can either do today or we can do it another time too. I'll leave that. I'll be at the pleasure of the board. Any questions, comments?
Do you have any questions? Yeah, Roy.
This is maybe a little bit of a broader question, but when board is thinking about anytime there's like change that happens, there's usually an associated risk that comes with it.
Mhm.
So I guess my question is like, when it comes to like, trying to find the best way to phrase this, but when we think about like the risk on the other side of that, like when there's things that we've done the way that we do because we've always done them that way, how should the board be thinking about that and weighing that against the risk of change? If that
Of
makes sense.
change? Yeah, no, it does make sense because it fits into all, Rory, into the decisions that you're going to be making. And you can be looking at it, whether it's a pros and cons that you're thinking about of a change, like what's going to happen, what are the potentials that could happen with the change? And then what's the likelihood of whatever that potential is that you've come up with? Is it low, medium, high? That's where the box comes into play a little bit to help you kind of rank it. And and it's important to also look at the likelihood of it happening as well as the impact of it happening. So let's say you were going to, I'm going to make it outrageous. You're going to be you're making a decision to raise student fees by 50%. What are the risks with doing that? And it's a bit of an extreme kind of example. However, it's something that gets you thinking about what's the likelihood of there being mass chaos because you do it, or protest, and then what's the mitigation strategy that you want to have around it. The more you start thinking about it from a pros and cons or a risk and a mitigation, the easier it is as you get going with it. It's a little bit awkward at first, but because you have to force yourself to think about it a bit differently. Mohammed?
I have one more question. When you look at other organizations and you look at their whistleblower policy, so right now ours is a policy document, and it entails like submitting an email as opposed to being an actual form. Is that common?
I missed half of it because your voice was going in and out. Sorry, if you could repeat the question.
Speak towards the mic.
You just need to speak at the mic because you're going in and out.
Yeah, no, so I was asking, like, when you look at other organizations and how they have their whistleblower policy, ours is a policy document that basically entails the procedure of how you go forward, you submit an email to one of these people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do other organizations do it? Because I'm familiar, some use a form, right? Like an anonymous form that they can submit a complaint through. Ours is actually, we don't have a form, we just have a policy document.
Right.
So
A lot of organizations have both the policy document, which will outline exactly what you're supposed to be doing, in a way of capturing information and being able to get all of the information that you need. Many have gone to a form. Now, it also begs the question with the form, how protected is that versus sending an email to someone? Some organizations are offering both. If people are fine, comfortable filling out a form, they'll fill out the form. Others may want to phone and have a conversation. Others may want to have an email to go with it. So if you were going to change any of those pieces, part of the conversation could be, what's the impact on staff if all of a sudden they're having to, or whoever is receiving the complaint or the whistleblower, the action from the whistleblowing, on volume of activity for that person? Is it going to be different than it would be if it's a form? Those would be some of the considerations. The most important thing is that you have the whistleblower policy and that you are following what's in the whistleblower policy. If you don't, that opens you up to potential other risk liabilities too.
Mohammed.
I'm mainly asked just because, is there a stipulation that the whistleblower policy has to, like, you have to be approaching it from anonymous means? Because like right now you have to send it through like an email, and that's my only concern. If there's someone who wanted to submit something anonymously, they can't do that because we have an instant reporting form. That form you can submit anonymously on our website. So that's my only point. I'm wondering if there's anything there that we should work on.
That you should consider. And that's a very good question to have, because it's a bit of a catch-22. If you're getting something anonymously and you need more information, how can you follow up? So there's that component of it. I'm not as tech savvy about how much encryption you can do with forms so that you can anonymize them to a certain extent, and whether that offers some privacy protection for the individual making it going forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, Samir.
Well, no, we have to have two separate policies. We have the ED's whistleblower policy. We also have a board board policy on disclosing the board. It's actually ours is kind of split up.
We have one in our policy.
We have a board policy, there's disclosure to board policy, and then a separate whistleblowers policy for like ED operational stuff.
Yeah. So the key again, from an oversight, Samir, thank you for pointing out the policies that you have in place. Those are exactly the kinds of things that you would want to say, do we have something that is dealing with this potential and the risks that are that could come along with it, or do we need something else? So you're doing a good job. So Damien, to your point, I'm seeing lots of people typing on other things and we are at time for me. So I am happy to wrap it up. We'll do the case study another time because I think you'd have fun with it. But I'm conscious that you've got a full agenda today.
Yeah, I just gonna do one final check to see if there's anything from, or no, I think we're good then. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra.
Welcome.
On that front then, I guess, is that the end of that presentation?
Yep, that was the rest of it was just the case study that I was going to take you through, but we can do that another time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Sandra. And I'll just also, I'll also give a reminder that if people have questions on the board, they can also contact Sandra outside of this. She's very responsive.
Thank you. Yep. Happy to help.
Thank you. But yeah, so thank you so much. I guess with that being said, though, we will move on to the rest of the agenda, starting with unfinished business, which is the executive director performance evaluation process. Esther, but actually ask for a quick recap about why this came back, if you could give that.
Yes,
Yeah.
there was a motion from Samir that the president or designate brings back to board
Mhm.
some like feedback regarding the costs that will be cost implications of getting the HR professional. That's for you to provide that.
Okay, perfect. And I will look, because I did have a conversation with Sandra actually about the performance evaluation, which is very helpful. And so I do have some next steps for how to go about this. I will say from the conversations we'll have, we've had, it doesn't seem like there's a super high time sensitivity. So if I were to authorize an expense currently, it would be $0. Because there are some, a lot of it comes through conversations that need to be had with UW's HR and with different members of our organization. So there's currently anything to expense. I know the motion was, and thank you, Samir, for reminding me about the specifics. It did come with a like it did prescribe that I come back with an expense for this meeting. After the conversation, it didn't actually seem like I needed one. I don't know if I should say come back with a motion for $0, but or if we can just kind of go with I guess I'll go to Samir first, just because it's his
In my
thing, and
mind,
then I might ask.
just come back when you know, or if you don't, if it doesn't cost anything, it's fine. From my reading of policy, we do need a disinterested third party HR. Historically, that's been university HR, but the word talks have it more fleshed out to have a hire someone that we can get a more formal procedure that we can use each year. So again, this is kind of up to you here, but from my understanding, it's like be a disinterested third party. I don't know if university charges us or they do it internally or how much control they have over it. So I don't know if we need a motion here. I just think hopefully in my mind before December, because hopefully by December we should know how the process is going to play out. So we do it in February, then maybe January, but like those are kind of the dates in my mind at the latest, if that makes sense with you.
Somewhat. I don't want to set like a specific month, because what I maybe
Yeah.
if I can recommend
Yeah,
doing something, what I might recommend doing is I go through some of the steps to see what the current
yeah,
options we have are internally. Because if you know, UW does have a pretty substantive kind of review process
Mhm.
themselves. Now granted, from my current understanding, it's not that they conducted themselves. I'd get the resources to do so, but depending on how that goes and that information I get from those steps, I might come back with something different. But I worry about saying that we need an independent, like,
Yeah.
like third party if there are procedures here. But I'll go to Mohammed first.
No, I just, I'd be happy to even get, like, if the university charge, which, for you, some don't make sense as it now. And it'd be nice to have something like alternative option. So, and whoever makes the decision, I think, can be decided later, but just so we know, we contrast it, perhaps understanding if it's not a huge fiscal spend, then perhaps it might be valuable to see what it might, what the road might be.
I think that's very fair. I think that's a good idea. It's difficult for me to kind of come up with an alternative recommendation before kind of getting an idea of, but because this wasn't really done last year either. This makes it difficult. It was some review, but not like a really formal one. But so that's part of the issue, but I think it's fair to come back with some alternatives, and I'd be happy to do that.
One last thing.
Is it okay if yeah, go ahead.
Last thing I'd say is, yeah, I mean, and I know obviously we have a lot going on this year, timelines wise, what we're doing. So I think even if we are to do this later towards the governing year, around that period, and towards closer to the end, I think it'd be appropriate as long as we do it well for the next team.
Yeah, I will say that the actual review process couldn't happen until the end, even if we started figuring out the process now, just because, like, we need something to review. But yes, I think it's fair to kind of look into those different processes, like, we've got a decent amount of time to do so from my estimation. So yeah.
I would say this is your discretion as long as the final review is done by the end of February. That's all I can get. We're keeping that schedule, but it's trying to. Other than that, fully on board revenue chat. We don't need motions or anything that in our mind.
I'll just keep it short, that everything has been said pretty much. I think, yeah, we should have a wider HR conversation, and I think there's committees where we're having those conversations. I think until that's wrapped up, I think it's fine to continue with the university to the best of our capacity, like having that department help us conduct it, and we could ask for more substantial things so this board is involved. But I think we should, wrap that conversation up, and then from there we can expand what we want to see. But it's really important for board to do this, right? One of the key jobs we have is evaluating the ED. On all the boards I have sat on, it's something we don't give as much energy into as well, I have discovered. So it is important to refine that and make sure we are doing a well job evaluating our officers.
Well, then, if I can, what I'll say is, so currently, even without any change, I'll come back with like both what the plan is currently and what an alternative might be. I'll probably have some more discussions with Sandra then as well about some alternatives and with Esther and others, but that's currently the plan. I don't know if it needs to be a motion that comes out of that. That's up to you guys, but I'll be doing it anyways. So I don't know if that kind of helps or answers anything or. Cool. Esther, I suppose with kind of like I don't want to say unanimous feel, there was a motion that was passed last time that prescribes a motion this time. Do we need to do that? You feel or?
You're not finalized, so there's no motion here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Julio, that's awesome. Okay, well, with that being said, I guess then, if there's nobody who has anything else to say, we can move on to new business then. All right, I'll take that as a yes. So we will move on to 5.1 in new business. As a reminder, there's about 15 minutes associated with this one, which is about the inclusion of investment review provision in the board policy manual. We have Andrew here, and I will just say for the other board members online, if you can turn on your camera, once again, please do. This is an expectation that is had. Thank you, Andrew, for turning yours on. And okay, Lord, you're fine. You're in.
That's crazy.
I guess I appreciate the spirit. But yes, Andrew, if you want to go ahead.
Mover and seconder.
Oh, well, I don't know. Oh, there is a motion here. Apologies. Yes, that would make sense. Sorry, is that seconding or okay? Seconded by Rory. Andrew, go ahead.
Thanks, Damien. So I've been working with Suzanne and Esther the past couple of months in regards to investments and board's process in overseeing investments. And we've decided that that some of the stuff will be in the IPS, which will be an ED policy, and some of the stuff will be under board policies. And what would be under board policy is pretty much just a requirement that board at least annually reviews investment performance, the performance of our investment managers, basic investment risk, and also some of and also compliance with the IPS. So I think some of those are really important that board could do more of, because like we hear our investment performance that, oh, our investments are up 5% or whatever. But I think it's really important that we have a benchmark where, you know, if the market say is at 10% and we're only at 5%, then, you know, we're losing 5% of potential gains, which in WUSA's investment portfolio, you know, is quite a significant number. So as you can see with my motion, I made it vague where, you know, future boards can decide how they want to, you know, implement how they want to review investments without having to amend board policy every single time. That's why I included examples of specific benchmarks, but I didn't mandate the use of these specific benchmarks. They can use other benchmarks if they want. I just mandated that board conducts a review annually, compares our performance to an established benchmark, evaluates our compliance with the IPS, and assessment of a couple specific risk factors, concentration risk. So how much of WUSA's portfolio is held up in one specific, stock or like geographic or like stock or sector or country. A liquidity risk, the ability for WUSA to meet, operating or capital spending requirements, and then just market risk, like the overall volatility of our investments. So if anyone has any questions, let me know. I think Sandra might have something to say just from what I've heard before. So
sure. Just to offer a comment. It's always, I applaud you for including this in, and I was debating about whether to say, should you have a separate policy, but you do have an investment policy statement that guides the work that Suzanne on your behalf does with your investment manager. So that's important. The board does need to provide the oversight for the performance of your portfolios. And so this is one of those circumstances where you're working very closely with Suzanne, with the executive director, who you've delegated the authority to work with your investment manager to follow that through. So she is to continue working that piece through. If there are any issues with how that person is managing or performing, she would be bringing those to the board for consideration and what the strategy would be. The bigger part for the board, and Andrew, you've articulated it very well, is it's that oversight on what are the parameters you're going to use for investing, and broad-based. And I'm glad you didn't put percentages or anything else in there. It's quite good to do that, but have it on at least an annual basis that you're getting an update. And if anything catastrophic is happening with the markets, then of course you want more updates on a more regular basis. So it's that, I think we were debating some nomenclature of it's oversight on the performance of the portfolio, and that's what you've articulated, as opposed to, not to put you on the spot, Andrew, but your performance as someone who's managing the investments. That's whoever you're working for, responsibility. Chances are, though, if you're not doing your job, your portfolio is not going to look very good either. So it all gets tied together. So hopefully that kind of clarifies it. And I think you have worded it the way that it needs to be worded.
Sandra. Okay, that leaves us about 10 minutes for questions, and then we will re-ask to see if we need more time. I'll start with Arya. I'll go and Don.
So first of all, I want to say how snazzy and good Andrew's looking as always. I have to point that out for the minute. But also, Andrew, I just wonder, so in practice, a lot of this will be offloaded to the audit committee to review and handle on behalf of board and make recommendations, or is this something that the whole board is going to be more focused on when it comes to the practical application of it?
Yeah, if I can, dear. Currently, So currently, this would not really be covered under audit committee's mandate. I've talked about this before about the need of, I think, a committee that's a little bit more focused on the finances, like generally. And like, though this, like, this is kind of part of what my commentary is going to be, is that this is important for the board to have oversight, but it might make sense for there to be a committee that kind of reviews in a little bit more detail. So that might be something that comes up into the future about that. But I don't believe, unless I'm crazy, that this would be uncovered under audit. And so it would not go to audit as things currently stand.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct. This would not be under audit committee's term of reference. So it would be board oversight, and ideally in the future, like next board meeting, we would create like some sort of finance committee, and then we could delegate investment performance review to that committee. Because I don't think it makes sense for such a large group of people like the board to dive really into the technicals of our investments.
I'm actually gonna Mohammed for me.
So, to my knowledge, we review draft revisions of an IPS, but we don't have a standing IPS document, is that correct?
It's in the EE reports.
So that's a finalized copy or?
Is it confident? Didn't know that we have an IPS, but
Yeah.
the details.
It's in the EE report.
Okay, so
The attachments.
then my only question is if we put the IPS as for the revision, then we won't have a standing IPS, it's a policy.
Okay, I don't.
Apology, one more time, can you
Yeah,
say that?
so my only point there might be is if we say the IPS might need more revisions,
Yeah.
we won't have an IPS, but we reference an IPS in the policy manual.
Just for clarification, it mentions, and actually, if you want to explain, you can. But I was just gonna say, if not, it mentions an IPS, which we have. The IPS is not in the policy, right? So as long as we have an IPS to review.
Okay, I guess so. My point was just,
Yeah.
we don't have an IPS yet, it's a draft, that's my only question.
It is an IPS now.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
when it came in the ED review, there was no issues, no nothing, so that it is now the official kind of I believe ED policy currently is sitting. That there is an IPS. It's not, it's currently under ED policy, not board policy. That's how things currently sit, but it does exist within the organization. Approved with us. It's ED policy is approved by the ED, not by the board. Yeah, so board does not currently decide what the IPS is or vote on it. It's fully under ED. Sandra.
Yeah, so the way that Andrew's positioning this for you is a best practice from a governance standpoint, that the board would set parameters for what you might want to see in the investment policy statement. But it truly is an operational statement that's worked on with, and I don't want to put, I can only see part of Suzanne down at the far end of the table, words in Suzanne's mouth, that it's working with the investment manager as well, and the board putting classes in place here of what you want to see in that investment policy is appropriate. You don't want your investment policy statement out for the broader world to see. Most organizations don't have it, but it is available as an administrative policy. So Andrew's done a good job, I think, in positioning it this way.
Thank you, Sandra. I will just quick comment. It is Melanie at the end of the table.
And sorry, it looked like Suzanne. Suzanne's online.
Yes.
Promotion.
But yes, thank you, Sandra, for that. I go back to Mohammed.
Could someone direct me to the IPS? I couldn't find it on the.
You might want to speak it.
Could someone direct me? Oh, public. Okay.
Yes.
Public.
Okay. Now, that being said, I guess I'll go to me, which is kind of a question around ESG specifically. It doesn't really look like in this there's much oversight over, at least over ESG in particular, which I think is one that probably matters to students quite a bit. Is there maybe any sense to adding ESG to one of the things that we are overseeing as a board? Was that too quiet for the online people? I don't know. Yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
You're correct, Damien. That is something that's really important that we should be discussing. I mean, in terms of right now, it's included within 8.2 technically because ESGs are a part of the IPS. And then also ESGs is, I guess, ESGs is a risk factor that board can review throughout the investment process. It's just that I made this because it's like as vague as possible. So as vague as possible while having like a concrete structure that that boards can build on in the future. And we can certainly, like, any board can add that anytime throughout their investment review. What's outlined here is just like a minimum standard.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Just because I got a quick comment, we started at 7:20 for this one. So yes, I just really, I was just gonna say, we do have some assessment of risk factors, and I know it's including, it's not fully encompassing, but may it be worth just kind of explicitly putting in, like, speaking of, we had a conversation around risk, something like reputational risk as one of the factors, which I think is much more explicitly in ESG, at least for the S part. Well, actually for both, ESG would be considered under that. Does that seem kind of reasonable? I'd almost look around to see if there's anyone who would like to comment on that from Esther or Sandra. Seems reasonable. Okay.
Can you repeat?
Well,
that?
I'll say it one more time. We have an 8.3 assessment of risk factors, including, this is not the full, including does not mean only,
Yeah.
but it might be worth putting in there explicitly, like, as one of the risk factors, considering we had that conversation, reputational risk, which would take into account ESG, both the E and the S, just to make that more explicit, because I know it's something that students care about. But I hope that was more clear. I'll go to Sandra first.
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest, Damien, you might want to have with that one assessment of risk factors, including but not limited to. Because there could be other things that come. To Andrew's point, you don't want to have to keep going back and altering it. So if you do have it, but not limited to, and then because you do have the ESG policy in there, it doesn't hurt to have the 8.3.4 as you've described.
Go to Melissa, then I'm.
Sorry, I had messaged Esther because I'm trying to parse in my head where I've seen this. So I think she just responded to me, but we've got some pieces around ESG in some of our other policies. So maybe that's sort of what you're referring to, but whether that itself might tie into that. I know that was one of the things that we did some work on with Nick as well, coming out of the annual members meeting. So just whether or not that same piece might make sense here, and or looking at it specifically in a slightly different way for investment. So just that as maybe a starting point, if that's something that makes sense to look at.
Yeah. Sorry.
I respond to Melissa.
Go
So,
ahead.
because I responded to her message when she noticed. In those internal policies, it's the same thing that's detailed in IPS that's currently in those ones. So what we're going to do is to amend those ones to reference IPS so that we're not capturing ESG values in multiple policies.
Yeah. Give it to Samir first, and then I'm probably gonna move.
I would just ask, and the wording in the IPS, that's from the annual member meeting,
Yes.
that's copied over, right?
Yes, that, yeah. And then even the internal policies, Melissa is referring to the same thing. So instead of having the same thing in multiple, we just reference IPS in all of them.
I'll note that we have hit the 15 minutes. I do want to move a motion, but so is it anyone who hasn't?
Sort of, when you make your amendment on 8.2, can you make an evaluation of compliance with the?
We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah,
We'll get that.
just including yours.
I know that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
This instance, where I'm just saying we hit the 15 minutes. Just gonna ask, is there any issues with us kind of continuing? Like, this conversation feels like relevant, but any issues? Yeah.
That's food right? I'm not actually.
You can, as soon as this item is complete, we'll take a break. It seems like we're kind of nearing the end. Are we good? Yeah, okay. Funny guy. So, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, I should probably actually word it.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of twofold. Here, let me copy paste this. If we can give me a second to, put this into the, chat that we have here. I'm adding, so just for a quick idea, I'm changing it to including but not limited to, as Sandra suggested. And I'm adding an 8.3.4, which is reputational risk. Includes,
We've learned about that.
yeah, that's so, maybe Sandra, with your expertise, can give us a little bit of help with the wording, but right now I have factors which may risk WUSA's reputation among its membership. If I'm open to changes with the wording. And sorry, what did you say?
Could you, for 8.2, could you make an evaluation of compliance with the IPS?
Is that evaluation compliance with D? You want to add B?
Yeah.
All right, I'll just add that at the start if that's okay with people.
Appreciate it.
With the IPS. Okay, so I posted what I have here, which is the kind of motion, the policy as amended. I guess I'll ask for a seconder first. Is there a seconder for this motion, this amendment? Seconded by Aria. Actually, considering that this is my amendments, Rem, do you think you could take over chairing for this part? Or I could continue to chair?
I'm not chairing now? Okay. Do we have any debate on the amendment? I think I have like two.
Sorry.
Okay. I saw Rory first, so go for it.
And I'm curious as to Andrew's thoughts, if he does have any, if not, if he would take it on further.
I have to say it. Oh, yeah, Andrew. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrew.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm fine with the amendment. It's just one question for Damien. I guess like the purpose of this is really like to see if like we have like investments that potentially might have some like conflicts with our membership, right? Like say we invest in like an oil company, for example, and maybe like our membership wants us to divest from like the oil and gas sector. Is that like an example of reputational risk you want to discuss?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Scarlett?
In the amended point, I don't think it's very clear like how this reputation about what the membership thinks comes to light. I guess I just think of a little cautionary with the effort that's been put into the other points and the wording around those, that maybe we should have a second look at just adding a whole new point to this. And maybe that we should go back to either audit or have Sandra also say. That would just be my concern.
I'll just say, just as a quick reminder, audit, this isn't covered under audits terms, which is kind of its own problem. And part of this is to kind of keep it vague because that would be something that you would have to leave up to interpret for the same reason the other ones are left vague. I will be open, like I just kind of wrote it down just now, but like, you know, as long as it gets the general vibe across, I think that's kind of literally all you need for this. At least that's my impression. I'd be very open to kind of like if they think that the small wording makes a big difference here, I'd be open to kind of stuff. But in the end, it is not a deep impact by itself. Is my thought process behind it.
Oh, yes. I forgot your chair, sorry. You know, from my experience, most boards, and I say this with love and kindness, are financially disabled. And I say that because, no, it's true. Most boards don't have the, board members, at least in our sector, and students, don't have the capacity or care enough to dive deep into the finances. So it's really important that when we do pass things like this, there is good guidance as well associated. So I think for sure we need to figure out some community work if this is gonna pass. First, most important thing. And I don't see it being problematic that much. I think it's good to have reputational factors be a part of it. But also, we also need to make sure board members are trained enough to sit on that committee. That there's only so far you can go with investments as well. There is a limitation ground that also exists with what you can do. Diversification as well, and training of that kind, I think is important for them to know. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I agree. I will also remind the director, there is not a committee for this.
Yeah.
But I agree, and it is part of the reason I have been talking about a new committee, but yeah. And also, we are talking about the amendment, not the motion.
Yeah.
Right, so just as a reminder.
I think the one was first, because we're currently on your one, yeah.
Thank you. So I just hoping it might be friendly. I put a little bit of a suggestion inside our chat box. My main reason is saying when we say like risk versus reputation, that can mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
I think we talk about negative public perception. We also want to talk about like what exactly the impact could be, not like leave it as a general impact. So would that be friendly?
I guess my question is it part of the part of the intention is to leave it there so that it will be up to the board and or committee that this is delegated to kind of interpret in their way, while keeping it restrictive, but yeah, I don't know. I don't actually see how it changes anything, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, I don't know if friendly exists, but I don't have an issue with it. Yeah.
If no one else wants to object to it, then yeah, fair, why not?
In the new wording, yeah.
It is in the chat, potential.
Is anyone objecting?
You might object. So
What is the wording? Oh, so there's some
I'm curious,
potential.
when it comes to like the specific part around which can lead to financial loss, my question is like,
Oh, I didn't.
if students are just upset at us for the investments that we're making, but it doesn't affect the fees that they're paying, or it doesn't affect the actual like investments themselves, like how does that play into it? I guess like that's sort of a direct to.
I mean, in that context, it's not about investment loss. It's more about the reputational economic loss. So if we're talking about like a very small group of students having an issue and being very vocal about it versus the vast majority not having an issue. So when you talk about ESG compliance, there's a whole array of what you could be compliant in, and that's why there's so much different opinion and no standard. So we should look at it from that lens, where we look at financial loss based on how much and how many people agree with you about that.
Are we on an amendment to has the motion been moved for an amendment to the?
No.
On discussion.
So true.
Okay. I'll say move it if we're gonna.
Yeah, do you want to move it as?
Well, that's an amendment to an amendment.
He said it was friendly. That's
I changed my mind. Yeah. So it's just really quick.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, you can't, there's not always necessarily a financial implication to the reputational risk, unless you look like, I guess, maybe really long term. It's kind of like a weird way to put it, and it's almost something I prefer to leave up to, like, it's just literally all we're doing is making it explicit that reputation can be something that they can take into account. That's all we're trying to do, which can lead to financial loss. Is weird because you can't opt out of WUSA. So it's sure. You cannot opt out of WUSA. That's true. So
Not yet.
so that's my point, and it's kind of like that's maybe one of the considerations they would take into account anyways. It just feels like we're now getting into way too specific debate over this. So I would say all I'm trying to say is they can take into consider reputational risk.
okay. Unless someone wants to move an actual amendment, we're gonna move on to a new point.
There's a one thing.
Okay, but if there's no amendment, there's nothing to say about the
Oh,
amendment.
there's no amendment?
There's no amendment.
Like, if I withdraw that part, then it becomes more or less a sit-in. So I see the value of that point. If I
I'll
can
go so one.
hey, just so people are aware. Oh, sorry. Minutes, bro. Huh? No. Just,
Yeah.
I just briefly say, I think it's a fair point. Because there is a small way to establish like direct impact of loss, because you can't necessarily have people opt out and then put that sort of like protest on. And like, as we go in our current system, but I do think, and we can discuss it, we'll go into the future and actually refine this down, but just on the record, I think we should have some way of quantifying it because of how versatile, and how vast ESG is.
Huh?
That's the IP.
Okay. So we move on from the amendment that doesn't exist. Skylar, you had a one earlier.
Point of order. So there is going to be no amendment. There's 8.8.
It's no amendment.
We're still looking at Damien's message.
Okay. I guess what I wanted to go back to what I said before, which is, can we get maybe Sandra's opinion on the governance of this? Pardon? She gave it. I know she gave it
Governance
in the
opinion.
chat, but I'm more curious around the governance of making this like on the spot motion. to
Yeah,
include-
I think Skylar, to your point, and I know you're going to have conversation probably at an upcoming meeting, Damien, about this, the creation of a committee, like a finance committee. So my suggestion to you right now is, if there is an urgency to get this piece in place, there's nothing wrong with what you've got right now, and you could task the finance committee to review it, because you're going to have more experts around the table, hopefully. And if there are any modifications they need to make at that time, you don't want to do them on the fly, the recommendations on the fly.
It's kind of fine. It's just, I feel weird a little bit, I'll be honest, about essentially us not doing it because of a committee that I want to exist but doesn't currently exist. Because it in many ways makes me almost feel like we're kind of pressuring the board to pass a governance, like that kind of change that I want, so that they could get to their investment policy. But I do understand that. It's just, I don't know, it feels like there's been a lot of work that's been done on this motion. It's a small amendment that doesn't change things in substance except making it explicit. Like, I don't know, it feels fine. I'm not backing off the amendment.
What? I have a resolution that'll solve all your problems.
So here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I call the question.
Oh,
Do I have a
God.
second?
One second as well.
All right.
That's crazy.
Okay, non-debatable 2/3. All those in favor of calling the question? Great. All those against? Great. We're voting on Damien's amendment. All those against Damien's amendment? All those abstaining?
Resolution will fix all this.
All right, all those in favor? Amendment passes. Damien, do you want to go back to chairing now?
Sure, cool. Well, we're now back to Andrew's actual motion. And okay.
How much
Point
time?
of order, can we eat now?
No.
Hard to work this morning if you want to know.
I will.
Yeah.
You're right. I should, yes.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I really like the wording of the amendment we just passed, but one thing that keeps coming up in the concerns would be addressed if we actually mandate training for people who deal with this, so people who sit on that committee or the whole board in general, so to understand what these concepts are, how they function, and so on. So I think with adding the specific word of these folks will get specific training on this topic, it would resolve everything.
So I take your point, and
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I will say it is not currently, so I don't want too much discussion. It's not substantive to the actual motion. Well, I guess it somewhat is. But the motion is more around whether or not this should be like something that board looks over versus what we should be doing to make sure that we're doing it at our best possible capabilities, which I do like, and there are parts of board that we are currently discussing on how to make sure that works. But I will say I agree with you.
Okay.
That's a 3. Go ahead.
Not to toot the horn, sorry.
Okay, cool.
So wait, I'm just sorry, I'm understanding. What was your point about training for committee that does not yet exist, or was it about training?
Whoever is responsible
So
for
in this
looking at
case,
his
would it be
guidelines.
formalizing training for the board.
At this point, yes. At this point, yes. That would clarify the issue.
Okay. Is there anything else that you, so that I don't want more comments on a non-relevant issue? Are we good to kind of go to a vote on the, motion as amended? Cool. Love that. Okay, we'll start with, all those against. Far be it for me to tell you not to vote. You can vote.
I'm abstaining.
Okay,
Sorry.
no worries. All those abstaining? All those, oh, so we got 3 abstentions. All those in favor? Perfect. That's cool. Great. Okay, motion passes. Thanks to you, Andrew, for all the work you, we're done. For all the work you've been doing, Andrew. I appreciate that. Is this,
Motion to take a 10-minute recess.
you know what? Sure, I'll take it. I was gonna ask for it in like 5 seconds, but we've got a motion for a 10-minute recess. Second, I'm gonna give it to Skylar. Seconded by Skylar. All those in favor?
That's what I got.
Perfect. We've got a 10-minute recess. We'll be coming back at 8:02. Perfect.
8:05.
Cool. It's 8:02. Sorry, that's the motion. We'll be back, guys.
That did take too long.
Everyone should know what they ordered because they just sent it all in one meeting.
I was just supposed to call in the question again.
Perfect. Yeah, we're eating just for the, we're eating Taco Bell. No, but, yeah, okay, cool. So, on that note, we are back, the recess is over. And we're back to it with, starting with 5.2, which is the board transition policy amendments. This is moved by Samir Sharma. Seconded by him. What's that? Lori, thank you. In the motion. Is it saying in the motion? It just says submitted by me, I apologize. It says in the motion, I get it. Okay, perfect. So seconded by Lori. Samir, would you like to take us away?
Sure. So this kind of just codifying some practices we've had in the last couple of years and making sure both incoming and outgoing boards have a chance to give input on our annual plans and budgets, and also make sure we're having all chance to make sure information's going across. We're gonna have two separate sections this year. I'm just kind of bringing it together, hopefully one review day. I do have the amendment that Suzanne requested. I will paste it in the chat. It's a very minor wording change, so hopefully we'll get the practice across better.
And it out. Okay, perfect. Can I'm looking for a seconder for this amendment. Seconded, by, Ram. I don't think we really need much discussion on this, but is there any objections to just passing this amendment? It's a very minor one. Okay. Oh,
Arya's at the room right now.
that's okay. We still have four. Well, I'll just take that as that amendment has passed. Okay, now back to it. Samir, you want to
so-
do your actual?
So I know, so it amends, policy 10, just say, we're gonna do this. Both has a working day component where it both has a review feedback where we look at the annual plan and budget, and it has a section where we just talk and say, hey, incoming outgoing board, and it slightly amends the financial planning thing to say, hey, ED and ELT, please keep, include the feedback that we got from this meeting, into the draft budget. Pretty simple. I think hopefully that is it.
I guess,
One concern I would have is just the budget allocations for a transition and how much more this would cost the students of Waterloo. I don't know if you have a response to that.
In my mind, it's just at SLC for a day, not a proper transition where we are like giving groups working days like in the past. In my mind, it is just a proper working day. Here it would slightly increase costs, yes, but we have different versions of the sections before.
Very similar to how we had the day this year where we had the incoming board in SOC for the one day. It'd be like that, just inviting the outgoing board as well.
Sorry, clarify, that's to board, good to go. So that's to clarify, that's the, because I believe it was the incoming board this year went to just one of the board meetings, or the last board meeting of like the last board. However, I guess what I'm also asking is it, because with the wording, it makes it seem like maybe this will also be included with the standard board retreat that exists. Is that going to be the case? Or will it just be that one day in SLC like we're describing?
I have two answers for both of you. I think I'm gonna give this to Roy and see who go first.
Sounds good. Yeah, so yeah, the outgoing board will only be invited to this particular thing and not the actual transition itself. And then also, I'm pretty sure there was a specific day that did happen in SLC for just the incoming members of board this year. I forget what it was exactly about, but I do remember it taking place. In addition to the opportunity for board members to go to the actual board meeting itself.
And just this is more, the previous board decided to invite us to review budget. It's more like,
Right.
hey, this is what's actually happening every year. The codifying, it is kind of the point.
Right.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, there's probably not gonna be a lot of additional costs because it's just codifying something that's already happening.
Okay, I guess I have a question. I'm curious, like, how much kind of discussion has happened around this, because obviously the transition period is something that kind of exists already. Has there been kind of discussion with staff and other stuff around this?
I talked to Suzanne about it and Esther, I think, the general agreement of how to work out, how to operational figure out, how you figure out the best details of how to run it. It seems pretty normal, almost identical to last year. We're just combining with the technical do, working day or whatever. Transition day. I forget how I worded it.
Thank you. I'm not gonna complain if there's no more, but is there anything else? Cool. Well, with that being said, I guess then we'll move on to a vote. We'll start with, all those opposed to the motion. All those abstaining. All those in, okay, all those, in favor. Perfect. Okay, cool. Motion passes. Good for us, guys, very quick, very proud of us. Hitting the discussion we have is usually substantive. Okay. Next, we are going on to the reports, and I apologize for keeping Suzanne all the way up until this point, considering she is sick. So thank you again, Suzanne, for coming out. We'll start with the public ED report. It's off to you.
Thanks, Jamie, and thanks, folks. Not sure there's too much for me to highlight in public, but I will note the KPIs for the election. And talking with Esther earlier, there's been some further internal discussions, so you can expect to have an updated version for November to have a look at. We've got the committee meeting summaries. There's, I know there was, as Samir noted, a lot of attachments to go through. So hopefully folks had an opportunity to do that and have a different look at the RSP report, our yearly planning report, as well as, let's see if there's anything else here just to note. I guess I'll just comment on an update in terms of response time for our clubs team. I believe it, Melissa can confirm this, but I believe we've communicated that now to our clubs so that they have an understanding there's a little bit of a delayed response, that we're working on that. And I believe we actually have hired somebody in the last day or so that will add to the full-time complement in the clubs team. So that's kind of exciting. And I think as I'm scrolling through that, that's, I think, all I have to add. So I'm not sure that there's anything anybody else. Oh, Melissa answered, just yes and yes. Yay. So if any folks have any questions about the report or any items in it, now would be the time.
Any questions for the public report? The public report. I didn't.
No, you're joking.
Yeah. Just a quick question. I know we're at the very early stages, but for the impact program, do you have any indication of what our day-to-day usage is?
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that. Can I get you to turn to the mic? Because it is really tough to, I can see you great, but I can't hear you so awesome.
Of course. So I was just asking you, so for the pay what you can program, do we, like, I know we're very early on and we might have not too much indication, but do we have any idea of how many numbers we're seeing in the last 1 to 2 weeks?
You're probably actually leaning and facing the right way. Kumar, I think, is gonna to update you on that if he can.
I believe the last, again, we're only a couple of weeks in, but we're at about 60-ish to 70 units a day. Obviously what the board approved for and what it presented was up to 100 units a day, food meals. So we're at around 60 to 70 right now.
Yeah, just to clarify, and for my knowledge, what happens to any meals that don't get consumed?
So we've actually, like the first couple of days, we made 100 and we only had 20 pickups. So we lowered that bar after the first couple of days. So we're actually not having too many, like maybe 2 or 3 minimum waste, and we're incrementally moving that the production target updated. So we give it away to a student in the venue, like, hey, just anyone random, please take this meal. We don't want to see the waste, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Do we know when we'll be able to find data on like what the average pay is going to be for the food? Like,
I can try my best to give you folks an update by next meeting. That will be one of the stats that I'll aggregate and put together for you. An early indicator is it's A lot of zeros. Yeah, a lot of zeros, just for whatever that's worth, but yeah.
The most we're trying to get, like, Plymouth are free.
Yeah, free. I mean, we have the occasional $1 or $2, but majority of them are pointing to zero.
Interesting.
Or 1 cent, should I say, because the system does have a limitation right now. They do technically have to pay 1 cent. Yeah.
Thank you, Colin.
Sorry to do this like this. One more thing. I got some inquiries. Do you have to tap the walk card to use the program, or is it?
For now, we have to show the walk card at the pickup, once you order, and there's some signage there. That's just to ensure that the undergraduate students get it.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for the public report, public? Cool, okay. With that being said, thank you, Suzanne. We'll go on to the president's public report, which the president is currently getting out. So give me 1 second.
Very long detail.
So there's a lot to say here. As usual, my public report is quite short. Apologies. There's just not much that can be put in public. And I will fix the typo. There are 2 currently L's in public, but essentially it's just small updates on local advocacy because there's been kind of a shift in focus as we, kind of come out of orientation and, some of a more intense kind of internal period of like WUSA committees. There's a little bit more time for kind of local advocacy. So we're kind of preparing, having some conversations with some regional councilors, and starting to reach out to some city councilors about some transit, about some advocacy. For this term, we're likely going to focus on some transit stuff around the budget, without getting too much into details about exactly what we're doing, because we're still trying to refine that after having some conversations with some like WUSA student groups. Kind of figure out what the best course of action is. In the winter term, likely to do something more focused municipally, like for the city, around housing. So yeah, that's kind of all I have for public. Not too much. There's that.
Did you disclose what student groups you had those consultations with, and also which city councilors and regional?
I can disclose the student groups.
Okay.
I feel if you before I have a conversation with the city councilors, I might, if you can ask it again, make it confidential, and I can give you that. But the student groups are like currently I've reached out to the Planning Student Association as well as ITE, which is kind of a branch of the ESS or PSA. I know PSA is under ESS. Maybe Katie's a better judge for where exactly that lies. But they're focused on transportation. Those are the only 2 groups I've covered. No meetings that I've got to last.
Sure, thank you.
Anything else? Cool. All right, that's the end of my public report. We'll go off to Remington.
So in terms of meetings and events, I went to WUSA GA with 10 other people and 2 of our board members. Samir unfortunately could not make it, poor guy. And in terms of upcoming events, of course, the 2 Advo weeks for CASA and WUSA, which Damien will be joining us for the CASA Advo week. And Change Engine and Politics Without the Podium are both happening on November 13th. I think we have a couple of board members who are judging for Change Engine, and everyone else, if you're available, please come out to the Politics Without the Podium event. It'll just be a casual event with our MP and MVP to get students to talk to their representatives in a casual format. I think it's in the Bomber. On the WUSA front, of course, the General Assembly happened. It actually went quite well. I think the other SC members mostly attributed it to some new things that were done in the GA format, as well as Queens, MAC, and Western all ran sessions for their delegates during pre-GA feedback session. And I'm hoping that next term my recruitment cycle will give me a bit more time to actually do that with our delegation. And now that GA is over, we're preparing for the ADVO week in November. On the CASA front, a mini campaign called Making Ends Meet has been approved. I won't get too much into it, but it will be small, like boothing on participating campuses, highlighting all 6 of the CASA pre-budget submission items. And Dania, Santa, and I will all be attending ADVO week in Ottawa together. On the EPC front, some position statement stuff that you guys saw in the consent agenda, and we also had a discussion on WRPS's plan to install CCTV cameras around some student areas, and we will David will reach out to WPR. I give up on the acronym with our feedback and hopefully engage in some more conversations. I went to Queen's Park a couple of weeks ago and spoke at a press conference about Bill 33, which City News covered, and also that article was later updated with response from the minister's office. I can get into that later. And CFS actually visited us on October 1st and 9th to just talk to students about the impacts of Bill 33 and get some signatures for their petition. Was pretty successful. Again, more details in the confidential report later. And the ION Stage 2 expansion, I mentioned last time we were at a stakeholders feedback session for it. It is now coming to committee and council, and we will be kind of supporting it a little bit then. And Damian's taking the lead on some more of the local advocacy that we're doing. So that's it from me.
Any questions for him?
Right. So, in terms of signatures, accepting signatures?
No.
Not current.
Visually.
No,
Yeah.
no.
The original plan was to collect signatures before Parliament comes back in session and to have our MPP presented during the early debates on Bill 33. We've already taken those that we've collected so far to her office, and she's spoken about it at Parliament. We're now looking into what our next steps are.
Senator first. The most comment about that you talked about to everyone, just I would highly encourage you for the ION Stage 2. Talk about it, submit, do something, tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell FinPan, like it's a really cool project and we need to go out and support it if you are in favor of it.
Just on the RPS thing, can you talk more about what they said? The consultation with them?
No, so we haven't met with WRPS yet. They presented at City Council, and then we had a discussion about it at ABC. Generally concerns with impacts on marginalized communities, as well as we were not consulted on it before they introduced this, and there were pilot projects in the past in during student events as well. So it's kind of, we were kind of blindsided by it.
And I guess just to be clear, like how would it relate to what our advocacy pillars are and the concern of students? And also just for the minutes, I think I want to say huge congratulations on the Politics Without Podium event. Really great, and really excited to see that sort of local advocacy. So
yeah, so I guess the two parts are on student perceptions of safety and just consult with students if you're doing something that's going to impact students.
And yeah, just for a little bit of extra context, it seems like this is about the focus of the cameras is very clearly on student areas.
Right.
But yeah, on the specific aspects, that's probably the ones that go ahead.
sorry, I'm just not understanding what is the concern about having those cameras there?
What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
like the cameras themselves.
Illustrating that there's a concern with the installation of these cameras, right? It's like a double-edged tone. I'm just asking what that concern is and how it's relevant.
If it's coming in, it's your life, I can be like, sure. Yeah, a lot of it kind of comes down to some of the other aspects that we're having conversations with the city about. A lot of it does revolve around some of kind of the big incidents in the city that we've had conflict on, which is mostly St. Patrick's Days and other stuff like that. We've had, stuff in the issues in the past of not being consulted when some of these changes are being made. I know there's a big incident last year that kind of damaged students with the injunction that was put forward. And so this seems to be very possibly going in that same direction to kind of increase that punitive approach to some of these issues. And the issue is, one of the big things is that we didn't have that conversation when they first came in. So we don't really know what those big goals are. So part of what we're trying to do is get that meeting with WPS so that they can have that conversation, so that we can understand what the goals here are and exactly how this is going to be implemented.
I have a follow-up question, actually. So this, first of all, I think that's a very good thing, because they shouldn't be recording people, period. It's like a major privacy violation. But I also am wondering, has Tam and Gown talked about this at all? Or St. Patrick's Day at all, actually, as we're getting closer?
Damien?
Yeah.
Do you want me to hop off for this conversation? Wearing one of my other hats?
Sandra, it might be most comfortable for you to hop off. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I will do that. Somebody just text me when you want me back.
Yes, no, that I apologize, Sandra. I somewhat forgot you were there.
All of a sudden, it just went in that direction, and I thought, uh-oh, this is gonna come to discussion later on. So I'll see you in a bit.
Go ahead.
We are in public session.
We are.
It's fine. For her comfort, the issues with that we had with the injunction were positive. Like,
Yeah, of course.
it's no problem there. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, my question was, has Tam and Gown? Like, that was literally it. Got done nothing. Wonderful.
So these
Wonderful.
cameras did not come up at Town and Gown. We were not consulted. Conestoga Students Incorporated were not consulted. I haven't had a chance to connect with Lori yet.
So my recommendation is we should bring it at Town and Gown, and we said there, our regional council is very good at making sure we're supported for the most part. Like, even if the injunction, they came to us and apologized later about not the consultation happening. So from my understanding, the municipality does want to consult students. That's what I've been told by the municipality. And I'm saying who in particular in it, but many of them. When I was VP, so perhaps you want to have that conversation in Town again as well.
Yeah. To be clear, I will also say when this came to city council, it was an item for information and not for decision, because this is an operational thing, not a policy or whatever thing.
I should add a little extra context. Like, this might answer. The police is also a regional issue.
Yes.
So it is possible that this is kind of lying there, and that's where that decision is being made under kind of the, there is a committee that's focused on this stuff. We don't know for sure. We're still kind of, once again, trying to get those conversations with the.
I do want to add, and we did get a regional councillor last year in Town and Gown, so you guys could poke them there as well. And there is one now. I got one last year.
Just wanted to point of information on this. How did council react?
Council had a lot of questions about impact to marginalized communities. I think that was the biggest thing, as well as budget. And personally, I don't think a lot of those concerns were really sufficiently addressed. But again, it was an item for information and not for decision. So it wasn't like council could be like, you didn't answer our questions properly. We're not letting you do this.
Well, at contact, there was a question that was asked directly is, do we get to vote on this? And they said no. So.
Just for clarity, you guys were there, council?
No, I just watched the recording. Yeah.
Any other questions for Ram on the public? Oh, Andrew.
Hi, Rem. For the Bill 33 stuff,
Yeah.
did you or anyone from WUSA talk to CFS when they came, or did they just like randomly show up on the 1st and the 9th to talk about Bill 33?
They did randomly show up originally, and then we had a chance to talk. I'll have more details about it in the confidential report as well. But they did at first just randomly show up.
Okay, anything else? Okay, okay, perfect. I guess we move on then to direct reports. Couple of things before we go into this. I want to remind directors that this isn't just for talking and talking about all the cool stuff you've been doing. This is about whether or not there's something relevant to the board that should be brought up. And we are currently at the public part. If you think that there's something worth mentioning in confidential, you can do so when we're in confidential. But yeah, I guess I'll open up. Is there any director reports, people that think that there's something that boards should know about that isn't just bragging, that we can talk about?
When will they get feedback on all of this?
On ours? Probably confidential.
Good.
If people feel, directors feel like we need to move it into public, that could be a discussion, but that's not how we're gonna go about this unless it needs to. Okay, perfect. On that note then, that's the end of the public reports, and I will turn to, well, actually, can I get a motion to move into confidential? Moved by Skylar, seconded by, Linda, Katie, and, Mike, can you move us in?
You sound
Thank you. Okay, just a quick summary for those. Beyond the confidential reports, the committee discussed some stuff around its board evaluation, how we run our board meetings, criticisms of me, and how we can improve the committee performance as well. And we have approved our financial statements and audit report, which will be coming out in the future. So yeah, that's what happened in confidential. With that being said, that is kind of the end of our agenda.
Good night, Lush.
Good night, Lush.
Continue it.
I don't think he's still here.
If it's not here.
With that being said, no announcements, no, so I guess with that.
Go Blue Jays.
Go Blue Jays, and we are adjourned at 10:20 p.m. Thank you, guys.
Oh, we're on time.
Good night, guys.
Jays are up
Thank you.
5-1, bases loaded, 0 outs. Let's go, baby.
And-
Why
and
one?
everyone, but-
What is going on?
Let's go.
They used to do it for something, even though you're still.
Yeah, but it's like,
Left way early. Thank you.